Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome here to the launch pad. We are at T minus 1 hour, 30 minutes, 22 seconds, and counting till launch. The tank farm is active, the pad is clear, the beach is closed, the rows are closed, the evacuation zone is in effect, and everything is continuing to count down to launch of Starship's third flight test. We've been up all night, so bear with us as we navigate this morning. And I was going to say you're looking at a beautiful live view below me of the orbital launch facility, but that is a live view down below, I promise you, but we just can't see anything yet. So we're hoping for the sun to come up here in the next hour, so we'll have a live view of that pad. But we're going to be running you through everything we can expect going through today's flight. We're going to be answering your guys' comments and questions as we continue through the stream as well. But I am not here alone. We're going to be hosting a number of our launches going forward with multiple commentators. And if you're interested in becoming part of that team, you can apply through our application system that is in the chat there. We'd love to have some more of you join as part of the TLP crew. But this morning I am joined by Kieran. Kieran is joining us all the way from the UK. Kieran, can you hear us?
Hello, I can hear you. How are
and
you?
If you guys can let us have a 5x5 in the chat, if you guys can hear Kieran all right, will be great for us there. We've got the larger view pulled up on the screen there. That is the live view. You can see a boat navigating out in one of the channels between here and Starbase, Texas. But as we get started, take a moment, let us know in the chat where you're watching from. We'll run through some shout-outs here, and then we'll be answering your guys' comments and questions. You can send them in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad, and we will work on answering those. We'll get all the YouTuber stuff out of the way while you send in those locations and questions to get us started. It is, of course, a launch day, which means we do have our special collection of Starship gear available over on the Launchpad shop. We have some limited edition IFT-3 gear, which has our very own TLP mission patch on it, as well as some of our previous Starship launch gear. You can definitely pick that up. The biggest and most exciting thing is we have some prints from the incredible Gavin, one of our rocket chasers who's out at Starbase. Was running around all over the place yesterday, is getting set up for this morning, and some of those brand new prints are available on the shop, so you can take something home today of IFT-3. But lots of people tuning in. Why don't you let us know where some of them are watching from, Kieran?
Hi, how's it going? I am currently trying to get chat open so I could see it at the moment, so you're gonna have to feed that for a moment.
You're good. Chat is working here. Mine is also lagging. So, technology. We can launch a rocket, but we can't always work YouTube. But that's a YouTube thing. Lots of people tuning in. I see Netherlands. I got some 5x5, so they are hearing you all right. Helen is watching from the UK. We got Amy in Michigan. We got Dogfish in Auckland, New Zealand. Hello. We've got Randy in Pennsylvania. Great to have you here. We got Drav in Australia. Ollie is in the UK as well. Lots of Australia in the UK here. Well, I mean, it's more normal hours for you guys. It is 4:30 in the morning here at the HQ studio, which means that it's just past 5:30 local time at Starbase. We got Andreas watching from the Netherlands. Great to have you here. Jimitrice is watching in Greece. We got Moon in Seoul, Korea, Scotland. Lots of people. Greenland, UK, India, Athens, upstate, New York, Michigan, Sweden, Spain, South Africa. That is great to see you all joining us here. One of the things we wanted to do is invite you guys to be part of today's stream. And one of the ways we're going to be doing that is you can actually be part of this by sending us in your watch party pictures. We know many of you are gathering with your friends, your family, to watch today if you weren't lucky enough to be able to get down to Starbase, and we want you to be part of this. So if you want to send in your watch party photos, it can be you and your dog, you alone, or you and your entire school or family or workplace. Send those in to contact@tlpnetwork.com, and we're going to work on trying to get some more of those up on the screen as we continue through this morning. Now, as we get started, I see some questions coming in the chat, so you can tag us at the launch pad, and we will work on answering those live here. Catching up on them. Space News Now is saying, remember me from the last launch? I do. It's good to see you. Recognize the username. Kai is watching from Florida. We got Sidewalk in Netherlands. Bob is in Billings, Montana. Jessica Starr is asking for a weather update. Well, Given we can't see anything on the screen, it is still foggy down at Starbase. We were testing this camera all week, had some incredible views throughout the night for the last couple of nights, and SpaceX being SpaceX turned on their miraculous fog machine and cloaking device and has completely hidden the orbital launch facility as we prepare for launch. T-minus 1 hour, 25 minutes. Now, SpaceX will be going live in just under an hour, and once they do, we're going to be quiet and we're going to listen into Mission Control because they know what's going on, and that's the cameras and audio we want to hear from as we count down to launch there. But we want to jump on early, answer some of your questions. We are also monitoring to see when the WB-57 takes off from Houston to come support this flight. It is expected to do so. I have not had confirmation that it has taken off as of yet. Another interesting development is Elon Musk is not in Brownsville, and he can't make it to Brownsville. He landed in New York about an hour ago after visiting Germany, I believe it was yesterday, to give a speech at one of their gigafactories. But this will be, if I remember correctly, the first Starship flight in any of the development phase that Elon has not actually attended the flight in person. He's landed just before it, but it would be impossible for him to actually make it without a Starship, given that fact.
You know what that means, though, don't you? If this goes smoothly, he's not allowed it anymore.
Oh, no, we don't even want to put that into the... No! We have a boat, so you can see this is a live view. A beautiful boat passing by, a fishing trawler heading into the port of Brownsville to give you a kind of idea of bearing. Straight ahead, of course, is the orbital launch facility. So if anything's going to the left, it is heading out into the bay by South Padre Island and out through past the jetty to the Gulf of Mexico. Anything to the right is heading to the dead end of the port of Brownsville. For it, there are marine hazard zones in place, and a lot of those will be going into effect in the next about 45 minutes. A lot of the marine hazard and flight restrictions go into effect within just 30 minutes of the launch window or less. So we'll be keeping an eye on for those being activated as well. Softy's watching from Holland. Great to see you. The Kahimo Martian, how successful do you think the Starship flight will be? I'm going to let Kieran answer that one first, and then I will go.
I was going to say I just saw that one come through. How successful do I think it'll be? I think it'll go further than we've seen. I don't know if it'll be fully successful. I feel like, don't get me wrong, I'd love to see it go the whole way as planned. I just feel like it might get to the last little segment and something will fall apart or something will go wrong. And I think we'll see a lovely fireworks show maybe before we have splashdown, but I hope I'm wrong because I would love to see it go all the way. I mean, I know how I've been feeling for the IFT 1 and 2, and I was like, oh, come on, please go the whole way, but nah, I don't know. I just that little feeling somewhere within where it's like, something's gonna not quite go to plan. It might be something minor, so we might not even see fireworks, but yeah, part of me just believes that little bit's not gonna quite go right. How about you, Zach? How do you feel it's gonna go?
Double check. I think my mic's there. There we go. Good old technology. I'm working on a few things in the back end, double checking in on the WB-57. I think I'm the same point as you. I am optimistic that we will have a good flight. I think they've learned a lot in the first two flights. I mean, Flight 1 to Flight 2 weren't comparable. You couldn't compare them. Where now going from Flight 2 to 3, I don't think they have as much room to be like, wow, look at the difference between the two. I mean, if the booster can do the boost back flip and boost back, that's one of the biggest milestones they haven't done yet. They did hot staging, they did MECO, they did Max Q, they did all of that last flight. So this one's more now getting into the point of recovery, and then getting into the point of operations. And I think that's where there's a lot of questions on how this one's going to go, is the flight plan, which we had up on the screen. I'll bring it back up here for a moment, and we'll run through that maybe really quickly here while we wait for you guys can keep sending in those questions. One of the big differences on this flight is they, one, are no longer targeting to come down near Hawaii. They're actually going down near the Indian Ocean. That is ultimately what caused the delay to be able to have their launch license issued until just yesterday. Is about an hour before they issued the launch license is when the FAA completed the environmental investigation for them to be allowed to come down in the Indian Ocean. But not only does SpaceX change that as, you know, one element of changing this mission profile, they now are going to try to open the payload door. They're going to try to relight their engines in in the vacuum of space. They're going to try to close the payload door, and they're going to try to do recovery of a Starship reentry. Now, they're not going to do the fancy belly flop flip. They're just going to belly flop all the way into the Indian Ocean. But one thing that we found interesting in the launch license paperwork that is released, the FAA has said if at any point anything comes off of Starship, from re-entry to splashdown, it triggers a full FAA mishap investigation. So my question is, what about heat tiles? I have one here. Heat tiles like to fall off of Starship. And we'll take a look at this in a little bit. But at what point are we talking one heat tile falls off, triggers it? Or are we talking like they have to lose a flap or something during re-entry? And I think that's, to me, I think they can get it to door open, engine relight. I think SpaceX knows how to do that. But re-entry, that's the hardest part. And that's the part they need to prove so we can start flying people on this. We're supposed to put people on this in 2.5 years. We're supposed to fly people on this vehicle. 2.5 years ago, we were still hopping things. So I think we don't have a lot of time to be able to get this vehicle where we need it to be. So they need these flights to be successful. If that triggers an investigation, that does mean a longer period in between flights than I think Elon and SpaceX would like. They say they're ready basically for the next flight with hardware. So if a mishap investigation, I think you're talking probably 60 to 90 days. If they don't need to do one, maybe we're talking 30 or less, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. Air Force USA, is the rumor that they may have to shoot the booster to make it sink after splashdown true? That's an interesting one because SpaceX hasn't talked a lot about this on how they're going to the booster's going to come down, supposedly soft land, fall over. But what are they going to do with a big 20-story tall booster just floating in the Gulf of Mexico? Some people have theorized that maybe we just activate the FTS. It's going to be there already. It'll be disarmed during re-entry, but maybe they could just activate that. 2, it might just sink by itself. It's 20 stories tall. It's heavy. It's going to probably sink if they just open a few valves. So it kind of all depends. Now, I do know for launches like the Space Launch System with SLS, they had a backup flight termination system for it with a laser if the onboard one didn't work. So there is options that they could possibly shoot something at it if they ultimately had to, but I think that's quite unlikely. Now, what will be really exciting to see is it is supposed to come back through the boost back 12 miles offshore of South Padre Island, which means the naked eye can see 13 miles if we get rid of all this fog that is currently at Starbase, which means we might actually have video from SpaceX of the booster coming down to the ocean on its first ever attempt, which would be quite incredible to see.
That would be pretty cool to see. I mean, if it's coming back that close, I mean, if they did find a way to just sink it down, I'd like to know how deep it is there, because as I was saying to you in comms the other day in our Discord channel, in essence it'll just become a man-made reef if they're leaving it there. So it'd be cool to be able to go down there and explore it afterwards in X amount of time when it's allowed.
We got another question coming in from Cray Wilder. What changes have been made in the vehicle since the last flight? We're an hour and 15 minutes to launch. There are so many we couldn't fit them all in. in that time. There have been so many. I will point you, Tim Dodd did a video breaking down some of the major changes that have been done, and it is incredibly detailed and well done. So I would say to check that out. Some of the big ones, one of the biggest one is dealing with the boost back burn. One of the issue of the booster last time was the flip maneuver and the throwing around of the propellants on board. So that was a big part that they had to make some changes on board. There was some parts that the FAA required some more fire retardant systems and things like that on board to help just make the flight safer or have less of a risk of a fire. Ultimately, the reason Starship exploded last time was because it didn't have a payload. The vehicle was operating fine, but because it didn't have the payload, the vehicle thought it had too much propellant, and then it started venting, and then other things went wrong. If they had put a Cybertruck or something on it, well, many Cybertrucks on it, they might have been okay on that last flight, and we might have seen it go all the way to Hawaii, or at least have a re-entry attempt. Robert Johnson, thank you so much for becoming a suborbital explorer. We appreciate your support in doing that. If you guys are interested in helping support the TLP mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, you can, because we believe that space is better together, you can hit that join button down below. It goes back into expanding our equipment, bringing more 24/7 cameras on board. We are working on expanding and bringing more of those on board. We are already pre-planning IFT4. And we're excited for you guys to get to see what happens with all of that. We are keeping an eye out for updates from SpaceX, but at this point we have not really heard anything from them, and we're waiting for that update as we continue to watch. But we are now at T-minus 1 hour, 13 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. The orbital launch mount and tower has begun venting, which means propellant loading will be next. We are running into the timeline that SpaceX has released, which is at the T-minus 1 hour, 15 minute mark. So right now, the SpaceX flight director should be conducting the go, no go to verify for propellant load if they have not done so already. This is one of the few times we're expecting SpaceX to give us an update via social media on the status of how things are progressing and if they have confirmed propellant load. This is also one of those major milestones that determines if we have the dreaded S word, which we're hoping we don't have today, but if we do, if they get too far into hop load, it means we can't try again tomorrow because they have to refill some of the tank farms. So we're at that point that we start getting to a cutoff sequence, but everything currently is progressing towards a liftoff time here, but we will be keeping an eye on that for it. They are continuing to move through those ground support equipment milestones. Now, some people are saying, based on previous wet dress rehearsals and testing, this countdown may be getting pushed a little bit of time based on the timeline they've been progressing through, that there is the chance that they have not chilled and progressed the GSE to the point of prop load that we would need to keep up with the hour 12-minute timeline that we currently have. But we'll wait for SpaceX to confirm that. We do have a just over 2-hour launch window available this morning, and if not, we do have backups tomorrow and the next day, and maybe better weather. We'd have to hope and see, but we'll have to wait for confirmation from SpaceX at that time. Local sunrise is 7:40 a.m., which means we will be launching prior to sunrise, but we do hope that there'll still be some illumination in the area closer to launch.
I really hope it's going to launch today, because I took a day off work for this.
You and so many.
Yeah, I really, really, really hope. I mean, like you said, me and so many have taken days to come and to hopefully see this. I think I'll cry if not, because I'm not sure I can take another day off work for it. But, fingers crossed. Worst case scenario, I'll have to just sit in the background and do my best to see it if I am working. But
we'll find a way. We'll make a call.
I'll have to let work know I need to sit to the side when it comes closer to launch time, if that's the case.
Yeah, just an extended lunch break. That's just it's critical.
Exactly.
I'm surprised they're
Exactly.
not stopping
So I'm
all
sure
work so
they'll.
that you can all watch it together. I mean, it's history. You could send in a watch party photo.
There you go.
There you
I'll
go.
send in a watch party photo.
I see a
I
couple
don't
people
know, but
asking about switching around some of the views, and normally we would just continue on, but I want to say thank you for sending that in. We want to hear your guys' feedback. What do you like? What don't you like? We're trying out some new layouts, some new organizations, some new overlay systems. So we want to hear from you guys. You can let us know. If you can send it in on the Discord, there is actually a feedback tab on the Discord, or send it to our email. That way we can make sure we can save that. We will do that to bring into IFT4. As I said, we're already planning for that. Of course, our team's already planning for Artemis 2 and 3, with huge on-location coverage being planned for both of those. And we would love your guys' feedback on what you guys want. What type of shows do you want? Do you want us here live at T-minus 12 hours, talking all the way through, walking you through everything that's happening from that point, answering questions? Do you like it when we were coming live at this point, an hour and a half to launch? We're here to help you guys have the most up-to-date information and the best possible views that we can make happen until we get SpaceX live. And then, of course, we'll patch it in and listen to them, and then we'll answer your guys' comments and questions after that. So we'd love to hear from you guys of what you would like. Again, if you also are interested in becoming part of our crew and becoming one of the launch commentators, doesn't necessarily have to be for Starship. Maybe you're a super fan of the H2A or Electron. You can be a commentator for just one type of rocket or one launch provider, or all of them. Maybe you're interested in being a moderator, or you're more interested in journalism or helping work on the shop team. Definitely take a moment, check out the application that is in the chat. We have a huge volunteer team around the world, and we'd love to invite some more of you to join us on that in the very near future as we continue to expand. Capstar saying still no WB-57. They're going to be running tight. We're an hour and 8 minutes to that T0. Now, last time they were only about halfway from Houston to Brownsville at T-minus 30 minutes. So it can make it. It's a pretty decent speed moving plane, but it's definitely going to be cutting it close. If the WB-57 is going to make it, it is expected to be there, as this is a private mission, but it is mission critical for NASA's future missions. So NASA is bringing the WB-57. SpaceX has requested it the last 2 times, and we expect to see that here again. If you're just joining us, though, you can let us know in the chat where you're watching from. We are counting down now just over an hour and 7 minutes, and counting till the liftoff of Starship here. We are going to take a quick commentary break, and then we will be back at the T-minus 1 hour mark to bring you some more updates as we continue to count down to launch of Starship IFT-3, the 3rd flight test of the Starship Super Heavy program. Stay with us, and we'll be right back. And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. On the side of your screen, that is a live view of the orbital launch facility at Starbase, Texas. There is a thick cloud fog layer that has descended onto the launch site, and we'll be keeping a close eye on it as we continue to count down to launch here this morning. But for those that have been keeping an eye on your screen, you may have seen the countdown clock has changed. We have had an update from SpaceX finally. They are pushing the T0 by 30 minutes, officially stating in a recent post, weather is 70% favorable for today's third integrated flight test of Starship. The live webcast will begin at T-minus 30 minutes before liftoff, which is currently targeting 7:30 a.m. Central Time. So that is a 30-minute delay, which means we are now about 7 minutes away from that expected go-no-go for propellant load onto the ship and booster. This falls into line of what we had thought of the orbital tank farm was maybe running a little bit behind that 7 a.m. T0. That is an 8:30 a.m. Eastern T0 they have now set. T-minus 1 hour, 21 minutes, 52 seconds, and counting. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that like button, share out the stream, invite people to join us. I'm going to be back with more commentary updates as we continue. I see a couple people... sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Sunrise is expected at 7:36 a.m., which is a really great sign that we are now targeting a lot closer to that for liftoff, that we may have a much better view as the sun starts to raise up, and even if it's foggy, we can at least see the fog and have an idea what we're looking at as we continue to count down to launch here. But if you're just joining us, SpaceX has announced a 30-minute delay, now targeting 7:30 a.m. Central, 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time for liftoff, with a 70% chance of good weather for flight. The big two that they're watching is the fog for visual and for the wind conditions at the higher altitudes along the path. Now, Starship is launching to the southeastern trajectory, so it is something that they will be monitoring. That luckily they will be leaving away from where the jet stream is, which has these higher winds at the higher altitudes, but it is something they will continue to monitor. As we continue to count down to launch, stay with us. I'll be back with another commentary update in just a few minutes as we count down to the third integrated flight test of Starship. Stay with us. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome here to the launch pad. We are at T-minus 46 minutes, 20 seconds, and counting till the current targeted T0 for the third Starship test flight. We've been waiting for updates from SpaceX, and we are continuing to wait, but we wanted to jump on here while we continue because we are now well within when we were expecting Starship to begin propellant loading, and we have not seen that happen yet. The pad was confirmed clear at 2:11 a.m. local time, and we were expecting propellant loading to begin onto the ship of liquid oxygen at T-minus 53 minutes and liquid methane, its fuel, at T-minus 51 minutes, as we are now 5 and 7 minutes past that, and we are quickly approaching T-minus 42 minutes when the booster would begin receiving its liquid oxygen and fuel. We can very easily guess that we have had another delay to today's launch window. Now, we do have a just over 2-hour window for today. We've delayed 30 minutes into it, plus a couple of minutes at the start because they weren't targeting the first few minutes of the flight window. We still have well over an hour that they could delay for any reason. The big question is, what are they monitoring and what are they waiting to see to be able to begin propellant loading? We are continuing to monitor that. You are looking at a live view on the side of your screen here of the launch facility, and we're starting to see the tower ever so slightly more. We're getting a lot of boat traffic, which is, at least it's something, shows the video still coming in. But we're hoping that as the sun begins to rise over the next 45 minutes, that we will be able to see a launch attempt here today. But we are waiting for an updated T0. But it does really appear, and where other journalists are now reporting it as well, that based on all of our information, there is no way that SpaceX is hitting the current T0. It would not be possible. We are expecting a updated T0 if they are going to continue with this at this point. That does mean that they're going to have to recycle the clock back. The go-no-go time for the flight director to begin propellant loading is at T-minus 1 hour, 15 minutes on the countdown timeline. With that, if we were to rewind the clock, we would have about another 45 minutes or so that they could technically be in almost a hold pattern, 45, 50 minutes or so, to be able to do that recycle to still be within today's launch window of what they were currently targeting. But it is something that we are keeping a close eye on. The views, even for cameras that are literally in the parking lot right across the street, have had a very difficult time seeing the tower. They are just now starting to clear that we can see it. So we will have to wait and see how things progress. But if it's your first time here, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad, and you're joining us for our live commentary launch coverage of Starship's third test flight from Starbase, Texas. Starship S-28 is stacked on top of Booster 10 and is ready to be fueled in preparation for today's test flight. The flight restrictions, the road closures, the evacuation notice, and the FAA launch license have all been granted and are in effect and are ready for today's launch attempt here, but it looks like the weather is something that may not be wanting to play ball, but this is definitely at this point some kind of a delay. We wanted to make a note. Of course, everyone's watching everyone's cameras, especially with the weather. Tim Dodd has an incredible thermal view this morning, and we've confirmed via that there is no frost line visible. Prop load has not begun loading onto the booster or ship, and we should have been into that at this point. So this is definitely confirming it's not just that we can't see that they're fueling, it's confirmed that they aren't fueling at all. So that is what is going to lead us to confirm that a delay is happening. If you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad, and we'll work on answering those live to the best of our ability. I wanted to give an absolutely massive shout out to our TLP crew, though. We have so many amazing people on our crew around the world that have been up through the night. We've been doing sleeping rotations to make sure we had people in the chat and out at the launch site. We've got Gavin, we've got Brian, and we've got Josh down at Starbase, Texas. We've got Amy, we've got Ian, we've got John, we've got Kieran, we've got Signe, we've got Lewis, and we've got Kieran and myself all online here today, and we're excited to be able to bring you this coverage, trying out some new things, and we'd love to hear your feedback on our Discord. There's a little tab that says feedback. We want to hear from you. What type of overlays do you like? What do you didn't like? What you want to see more of? Because we are here to help you, bring you the best possible views of everything space from around the world. But if you were just joining us, the countdown clock in the top corner of your screen was for the last T0 that SpaceX had confirmed. Now, at this time, we have not had an update from SpaceX, but we are trying to await that update. If you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad, and we will work on answering those live to the best of my ability and our team's ability as we go. Everyone's counting the number of boats that are passing by in the channel. Lots of people bouncing back and forth with kind of nothing else to do this morning because there isn't even a view. But we're glad to have you all here. We also have been keeping an eye on the WB-57 trackers to see if NASA's WB-57 has taken off, and at this point all three are still on the ground in Houston, so it looks like the WB-57 hasn't even been told to deploy, or it may not be coming. The last update SpaceX gave, they said they were 70% go for launch with the weather conditions, but we have not had an update since then as we continue. That last update coming in about 45 minutes ago. Now, Kiwi's asking, what are the chances it will launch today? I would think the longer we don't hear something, the more likely we're going to hear the dreaded S word, and then we're going to have to try this again. And I think it's not because of the vehicle. And I think that's probably one of the most important things to think about in this situation is this wasn't because of an FAA launch license. We hope this wasn't because of something in the range. We hope that this wasn't something with the ship or the booster, which SpaceX seems to have implied it wasn't, and that it was the weather. Weather is something you can't control. That's just part of launching, and you aren't able to handle that. But it is something that we will be continuing to monitor as we continue through the countdown here today. As I said, you can keep sending in those questions in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad, and we'll work on answering those live to the best of our abilities there. You can also send us in your watch party photos by sending those in at contact@tlpnetwork.com. We'll try to get some of those on the screen. And while we wait, you can also head over to launchpad.store. It's where we have our limited edition IFT3 TLP mission patch, so you can pick that up. A shirt, a hoodie, water bottle, but also an incredible flag and blanket. So definitely check that out to commemorate the launch. But you can also get some of our other Starship launch gear, including the Launch Experience Tee, which is one of my absolute favorite products that we've ever released. And all that goes back into supporting us to expand our equipment, get better equipment, and bring you even better coverage. Now, for those that are watching very closely on the screen, you're starting to see lights by the tank farm, which means that the fog is starting to lift or that the sun is starting to come up. One of the two. Both are good signs. Okay, 1 minute ago, we have confirmation. Oh my goodness. It was the range. We have an updated T0 from SpaceX, 8:02 a.m. Central Time. Teams are clearing boats out of the range in the Gulf of Mexico. So that is why, not the boats that are on the screen, but we do have an updated T0. We're going to update the countdown timer here. This is another 32-minute delay for it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask one of our team in the back end, can one of you run what is the last T0 for today? If someone can look that up for us, that would be great, because that will give us an idea. But that updated T0 time, we are now at T-minus 1 hour, 9 minutes and counting until the possible liftoff of Starship. We'll update this here as we continue through the countdown. There we go. T-minus 1 hour, 8 minutes, 53 seconds and counting. We do have some good news with that. It means the sun will rise, which hopefully means some of the fog will burn off and we might actually get to see the orbital launch facility for today's flight attempt. But We do have that update there from SpaceX. They are now officially targeting 8:02 a.m. Central due to clearing boats that are currently in the range down. It could be anywhere. It's a very, very large range that has been cleared for today's flight, and we will be keeping a close eye on that as we go. But as you can see on the feed there, it is starting to get ever slightly brighter every couple of minutes here, which is a really great sign. Now, with this new T0 of them targeting 8:02, actually, excuse me, I think we updated that. Is that correct? 5? No, that's correct. Never mind. We updated that correctly. 8:02 a.m. Central, 7:02 local time here. We've been up all night. Math's the last thing we're doing. With that, we will be deep into sunrise. So we're going to have a lot of sunrise coming up and changing the exposure. We'll work on getting the camera locked in as fast as we can there and hopefully burning off some of the fog. But with that, we're at T-minus 1 hour, 7 minutes. This is a new T0 that they've just announced, but they haven't said they're go for propellant loading. So, we're going to be keeping a close eye on that because the go, no go for prop load was supposed to begin at the 1 hour, 15 minute mark. And we need to be able to see that they have begun fueling the launch vehicle, which is the first sign that we are actually progressing deeper into the count. But it all comes down to a boat or boats in the range. Which is funny since you guys are all flooding the chat with boat because of all the boats passing on the stream. If you guys have questions, you can keep sending those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad, and we'll work on answering those live. Catching up on a couple of things. Cap saying the TFR just went active. It's showing a 2 hour, 40 minute duration. That's good to know. What was the result of the go, no go? We have not had any confirmation of that, Chris, just yet. We are hoping that that will come in from SpaceX in the next few minutes as we continue through this really unique countdown timeline as we continue closer and closer to that now new T0 of 8:02 local time. Based on that, we do have based on that new T0, obviously we have just over an hour, which means they do have time to begin propellant loading. The propellant load should begin with the ship at T-minus 53 minutes with liquid oxygen and liquid methane on to the Starship. Booster begins propellant loading at T-minus 42 minutes. So we're going to take another quick commentary break just to get a couple of our overlays updated for those tracking in on the other streams as well with the live views with the weather stations and stuff. So stay with us right here on the launch pad, and I will be right back as we count down to launch of the third Starship integrated flight test from Starbase, Texas. We're awaiting sunrise and liftoff of Starship. Stay with us. and good morning, everyone. Welcome here to the launch pad and our continuing live launch coverage of SpaceX Starship's third flight test. You are looking at a much brighter view down at Starbase, Texas, aiming out towards the orbital launch mount, where the fog is beginning to break out at the actual launch site itself. But the fog is starting to come towards us, but we're hoping that it will break, and we've been hoping for an update from SpaceX, and we just got one as I said hello. The Starship team is go for prop load, but is keeping an eye on winds. They are now targeting 8:25 a.m. Central Time for liftoff. That is a new updated T0. We will get that on the screen here in the next couple of minutes. That is a 15-minute delay from what we were currently targeting. And what's really major about that is I was coming on here to give a commentary update. That is T-minus 1 hour and counting till launch of Starship with that updated T0. This was coming up to the very end of the window when we would have to have a confirmed go for prop load. The cutoff for go for prop load was going to be 8:35. If they did not have a go by then, they would not be able to launch within that window for the targeted time they had within their launch window. So they are going for here. We have go for prop load at this time. SpaceX now targeting 8:25 a.m. local time, 9:25 a.m. Eastern, or just 59 minutes from now. With that, propellant loading will begin onto the ship, but first with ship liquid oxygen, beginning at T-minus 53 minutes, or just 6 minutes from now. But if you're just joining us, this is happening. They're running the clock. And I think that's one of the biggest things with this. They are running the clock. They are going to the end of their launch window. They are going to fuel the ship, and they are going to hopefully thread the weather needle to be able to lift off tonight. But this is SpaceX. We've seen this many times before with Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. They'll run the clock, get to the end, and unfortunately have to call it. But as we continue to monitor the situation, we'll be taking you throughout the entire process with live commentary, and we're hoping that the fog will break through enough for us to see this beautiful ship out there at the orbital launch facility prior to liftoff. But the moment SpaceX goes live, we will also be patching them in, so you can stay with us here on the launch pad for that full coverage as well with whatever cameras and audio they are giving us. We are expecting SpaceX to go live in 28 minutes time from now, and once they do so, we will patch them in as well. But SpaceX officially go for prop load at 8:25 a.m. local time. As we continue through the countdown, we're going to update the rest of our countdown clocks and then begin our live countdown to launch commentary. Stay with us right here on the launch pad. You can start sending in those questions and comments, and I will work on answering those live in just the next few minutes as we count down to the third integrated flight test of Starship. Stay with us. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the launch pad and staying with us with our continuous live launch coverage of Starship's third integrated flight test. Over the last 25 minutes, things have progressed very rapidly from not being sure if they would actually be able to make it into the window to a go for prop load, and we have had confirmation from those down on the site that the propellant load has begun on the upper stage and is beginning on the booster as well, which means we are well into today's launch countdown. Now, SpaceX is getting ready to begin their live coverage in just a few minutes' time, and we will patch that in the moment that they do so, but we're going to be answering your guys' comments and questions throughout the stream as well, and giving you full commentary updates, as well as listening into SpaceX Mission Control and their incredible, I'm sure, live views. We'll be hoping to get some live views from our camera here as well if the fog will break in time. We've got 36 minutes, so we're hopeful for that, but wanted to jump on really quick and just answer a couple last questions so you can send those in the chat. And while you do so, wanted to show you something, give you a little bit of an idea of scale. This is a Starship heat shield tile from Starship's first integrated flight test. This is a full-size tile. This flew on the first stage. You can see the mounting brackets there on the back, but gives you a really great idea of size of these tiles. There are thousands of these that are on board Starship today for the third integrated flight test that we hope to see a first real-world test of these heat tiles to see how they perform coming back through re-entry of the Earth's atmosphere. That's what we're hoping to have happen here today. Not only is this a test of hot launch, but also for hot fire stage separation, the boost back and soft splashdown of the booster, but then hoping to see the first real demonstration that Starship will work. Payload door opening, a relight of the Raptor engine in orbit, or almost orbit, the closing of the payload, and then using these incredible heat shield tiles to hopefully be able to re-enter into the Earth's atmosphere, where it will then belly flop all the way down into the Indian Ocean. They're not going to be attempting to do any sort of flip maneuver at the end, but they are going to be doing that belly flop all the way down. But something we wanted to show you, a full heat shield tile, give you a size comparison. We'll bring this up here for you as well for just size to a pop can, since most people know what that is, or soda can for you there. But truly incredible. We're so honored to have one of these in the studio here. We'll dive into them a little bit more in the future, but you can see on there it still has the 3 mounting brackets. Some of these are affixed differently on Starship depending on the region of the vehicle that they are placed on, and they range in quite a variety of thickness. This is about 1.25 inches to 1.5 inches, but there are some that are way thicker than this, and some that are just a little bit thinner, but they're normally the curved ones. So something quite amazing to have here in the studio, honoring that first integrated test flight of Starship. It is something that people were allowed to recover from the beach as long as they were registered to SpaceX on where their location was found. People were allowed to keep those. So we're honored to have this piece of history, and we'll be keeping it safe. It's going to be getting put into a shadow box here in the very near future, along with all of our badges and pictures from IFT1, which was truly incredible to get to be there on the ground to see that first integrated flight, and have some of our team down there today for hopefully the third integrated test flight, and the first time hopefully a booster attempts to go for a landing. Now, we are eagerly awaiting SpaceX to begin their live stream, and as I say that, they have begun it. So we are going to patch this in and listen in. I'm sure they will be running a intro video here momentarily, but until they do so, we will split the screens here just so you can see these. Make sure that we don't miss any of the action as we continue to count down to the third integrated test flight of the Starship launch program. The propellant loading should have begun on the booster at this point. We're just waiting for confirmation of that from SpaceX. But this is what we're seeing. The weather is tight, and we are going for a running of the clock. T-minus 32 minutes 42 seconds and counting. Currently, we have a 800-foot ceiling level for clouds, and it is a high-density IFR category, which means that you do have to use full instruments for flight right now in the region. And we do have some strong winds reported as well, all the way up to and exceeding 37 knots at 3,000 feet, 27 knots at 15,000 feet, and ranging in directions as well. Now, as SpaceX gets ready and to begin their live coverage, I'm going to be quiet. We're going to listen into Mission Control for an update. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage the like button, share out the stream, invite people to join us. Either way, whatever happens today, we are here to watch history, the third integrated test flight of Starship. This is the vehicle that will eventually land man and woman on the moon, again, for the first time in over 50 years, and hopefully by the end of the decade land the first human beings on the surface of Mars. This is the vehicle that will make us multiplanetary, and it is truly an honor on behalf of the entire TLP crew to help tell some of that story as we become a multiplanetary species. We'll continue bringing you commentary throughout the stream. You can send those questions in the chat. Let's listen in to SpaceX Mission Control.
Hello and good morning. You're looking at a live view of Starship, the world's most powerful launch vehicle, and by far the biggest flying object ever made. We're currently at T plus 31 minutes and 24 seconds awaiting our third flight test of Starship from Starbase, Texas, or what we here at SpaceX like to call the Gateway to Mars. Thanks for tuning in. We're excited to be joining you from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Now, it's just been 100... You can tell the crowd is already excited behind us. Now, it's only been 117 days since our last Starship test. And for those of you following along, you'll know there's nothing more exciting, as you can hear, than to watch a developmental flight test.
That's absolutely right. Flight test days guarantee the maximum level of excitement, as you can hear behind us. And if it all goes well, Starship will lift off just about 30 minutes from now. We're hoping to surpass what we achieved in flight test number 2 back in November of last year. But regardless of today's outcome, the goal is to collect as much data as possible, and that'll help us get one step closer to a fully operational Starship. Now, Starship, which you see on your screen, is the latest and largest vehicle developed to date by SpaceX and in the world ever. Compared to Saturn V, the rocket that first took astronauts to the moon, Starship has more than twice the thrust, and with some upgrades that are planned for the future, it'll have 3 times the thrust.
Starship will allow us to fly the heaviest payloads ever flown, land humans on the moon again after more than a half-century, and ultimately fly humans further into space than ever before, even to Mars. But the most important thing about Starship is that it's designed to be a fully, rapidly reusable, reliable rocket, or what we like to call the 4 Rs, and we'll talk more about those later in the webcast. But before we dive into the details of today's test, let's recap the achievements of our last integrated flight test, Flight 2. All 33 Raptor engines on the Super Heavy booster started up successfully and, for the first time, completed a full duration burn during ascent. As you can see here, we saw amazing views of each Raptor engine burning during that ascent, which is something awesome because we don't get to see that with Falcon and its Merlin engines.
Now, next, Starship executed a successful hot stage separation, powering down all but 3 of Super Heavy's Raptor engines and successfully igniting the 6-second stage Raptor engines before the vehicle separated. This is the first time this technique has been done successfully with a vehicle of this size and scale.
Following separation, the Super Heavy booster successfully performed its flip maneuver and initiated the boost back burn. However, about 30 seconds into that burn, it experienced a rapid unscheduled disassembly, or RUD. That's SpaceX speak for an exciting end to the booster's journey. The likely cause was determined to be filter blockage, where liquid oxygen is supplied to the engines. So we've upgraded hardware inside the oxygen tank to improve filtration capabilities in our boosters, including the one that's out on the pad today. Vehicle breakup occurred more than 3.5 minutes into the flight, about 90 kilometers over the Gulf of Mexico, so well away from people.
Now, on Starship, the 6-second stage Raptor engines all started successfully at separation, and everything was going normally in the ship's climb to space until about 7 minutes into the flight, when we began a planned vent of excess liquid oxygen propellant. To simulate the mass of a payload and get future-focused data, the ship was loaded with extra propellant that we needed to get rid of or vent before re-entry. Once we started venting, though, a leak developed that caused fires, which eventually cut the connection between the flight computers on the ship, and that caused the 6 Raptor engines to shut down before we had finished the full burn. That was detected as a mission rule violation by the autonomous flight safety system, which triggered the flight termination system and led to vehicle breakup.
Starship's second flight test nearly completed its full duration burn. It ended at an altitude of about 150 kilometers and a velocity of 24,000 kilometers per hour, officially making it the first Starship to reach outer space. Like the booster, we've made upgrades to Starship's upper stage based on Flight 2 learning, such as improved leak reduction, fire protection, and changing the operations to increase reliability.
Now, back at the launch site, the new water-cooled flame deflector and other pad upgrades performed as expected, so the pad required minimal post-launch rework. And that's a big reason why we are ready to fly again today. The ground support systems are designed for rapid turnaround of the launch pad between flights, and the improvements we've made ahead of Flight 3 are getting us closer to that goal. And that brings us to today's test. The test profile and the burn timeline are very similar to test number 2, with one major difference. The ship will attempt to splash down in the Indian Ocean rather than the Pacific. This puts us on a steeper trajectory than past flights and lets us test capabilities that we'll need for the future, like lighting a Raptor in space while maximizing public safety. So let's take a closer look at the flight test profile. Now, about 26 minutes from now, Super Heavy will ignite its 33 Raptor engines and lift off from Starbase. About 3 minutes into the flight, Super Heavy's booster will separate from the ship in SpaceX's second ever attempt at a hot stage separation. That means it'll light its engines while still attached to a partially lit booster. The ship's engines will then remain lit for about 6 minutes during the ascent before entering a coast phase.
Next, the booster will perform a flip maneuver and execute a boost back burn, which, if you recall, is where Flight 2 Super Heavy experienced a rapid unscheduled disassembly. We're hoping hardware upgrades made for this flight will get the booster closer to executing a landing burn in the Gulf of Mexico. In the meantime, Starship will coast for about 30 minutes at altitudes between 150 and 235 kilometers, and the ship will attempt to fire a single Raptor engine for our first ever relight of a Raptor engine in space. And from there, the ship will head toward its destination, splashdown location in the Indian Ocean. Again, if we get past a successful stage separation and a full ascent burn with the upper stage, it will be at an added altitude and trajectory below orbital, meaning Starship won't have to fire its Raptor engines for a deorbit burn, and it will naturally come back into the atmosphere no matter what.
Now, meanwhile, the Super Heavy is going to attempt a landing burn before splashing down into the Gulf. And while we are going to practice a landing, we aren't planning to recover any of the hardware from Super Heavy or the ship on this flight. Now, with the exception of Falcon, this is no different from what happens with most rockets flying today that are expended or fall into the ocean after they complete their mission. Eventually, though, we will land and recover Starship boosters and ships, just as we do with Falcon 9 and Heavy boosters, where we've recovered 283 to date. Starship's rapid reusability is key as we begin missions to the moon and beyond.
Even though recovery is not planned, the telemetry and data we receive all the way to the end is what we're looking for, particularly with regard to the ship's temperatures during re-entry and how the heat shield will perform. The data that we gather today, of course, will help us continue to build a rapidly reusable Starship for the future. Now, much like our first 2 flight tests, today also still just a test. Our goal is to gather data to continue iterating and ultimately improve Starship.
That's exactly right. The primary goal for Flight 1 was to clear the pad, and we did that and got a lot of great data that helped us improve the vehicle and the pad infrastructure that you see today. The primary goal of Flight 2 was to get all the way to stage separation, which we did, and even got a little extra.
For Flight 3, we've added some ambitious tests highlighted by an attempt to transfer several tons of propellant between the tanks inside Starship itself, as well as the first ever relight of a Raptor engine in space and the opening and closing of Starship's payload door. When Starship takes astronauts to the lunar surface as part of NASA's Artemis program, it will be refilled in space by a Starship tanker spacecraft before boosting itself into a lunar orbit, like you see here. Transferring a large amount of cryogenic liquid in space has never been done by anyone, ever. So we'll be looking to get data on some of the fundamental physics in play here, like managing pressures, temperatures, propellant settling, all as we prepare for eventual ship-to-ship transfers. The ability to refill starships once in orbit will be critical for landing on the moon and is a key technology for enabling deep space exploration and ultimately flights to Mars.
Now, we're also attempting the first ever relight of a Raptor engine in space, and we'll need that capability for future in-space maneuvers and deorbit burns. It's important to note that what we'll attempt today is not a burn required for Starship to re-enter on today's test. We are intentionally flying this new steeper trajectory so we can test things like engine relights without substantially changing where we expect to splash down. And if Starship manages to make it all the way to re-entry, we will collect valuable data on the vehicle as it flies through the Earth's atmosphere at hypersonic speeds, or more than 5 times the speed of sound. We expect it'll look something like this animation on your screen with the heat shield tiles facing down. We'll use the Earth's atmosphere to brake the vehicle and then get us into a controllable regime as we go towards splashdown. Now, we did validate Starship's ability to fly and land at subsonic speeds during our suborbital flights several years ago, and gathering data on the aspects like heating and vehicle control while we're traveling way faster will become critical to eventually bringing Starships back from space for rapid reuse.
We'll also attempt to open and close Starship's payload door for the very first time, a capability that we'll need when Starship starts flying our next generation Starlink satellites. And there you can see an animation of what that will look like as the satellites are deployed one by one through a slot near the top of the spacecraft. So at this point in time, we are approaching T-minus 21 minutes until liftoff. Let's check in with Dan for a countdown update.
Hey, thanks, Kate. Hey, everybody. I'm Dan Hewitt. Good morning. Welcome to Starbase. I'm coming to you from the Raptor's Nest, where I'm here with some of our flight controllers, also our Pad Red team. We're just behind the Mega Bay. Those are our super heavy boosters right behind me, getting ready for the next 4 flights after this one. So we're looking to launch a lot this year. Countdown has been pretty clean so far. We're not tracking any issues that are gating us on the hardware side and the vehicle side from that on-time liftoff at 8:25 a.m. Central Time. That's our T0 right now. We primarily shifted later as we were just working to clear the range. The other big watch item today is going to be the winds. The winds have started to pick up. We're still looking to be below our limits, but there could be a hold at T-minus 40 seconds just to make sure that the winds are acceptable before we go. We are actively loading propellant on board the vehicle. You can see by the frost line starting to build up. Looks like we're about 80% on the ship main tanks right now and a little over 60% on the booster. Now, Starship uses liquid methane as its fuel, liquid oxygen as its oxidizer. Both of those get cooled down to cryogenic temperatures, so several hundred degrees below zero. And if you followed along with our previous 2 flight tests, the prop load timeline today looks a little bit different. Those first flight tests, it took us about 90 minutes to load all of the prop on board. But since the second flight, we made some pretty significant upgrades to make that time shorter. We added some additional fuel and LOX pumps just to increase our capacity. We expanded the number of heat exchangers and installed a dedicated fill drain line for each stage. But they were sharing one before, now they each have their own. That's just that main pathway to get the propellant to the vehicle. We're aiming for about 51 minutes for today's operation to fully load prop. We did that successfully on our wet dress rehearsal that we did recently. Eventually, though, we're trying to get that time down to about 40 minutes. Just for some context, that's about 5 minutes longer than we take on Falcon 9, but we're doing it with 10 times the amount of propellant. Now, the propellant load on ship started at about T-minus 53 minutes, booster right around T-minus 42 minutes. We are about to pause loading on the main tanks of ship, switch over to the header tanks, and then switch back to close out the main tanks. We're expecting all of the prop to be on ship at about T-minus 3 minutes 30 seconds, and then booster prop load ends at T-minus 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Now, our final countdown and startup sequence is going to be the same as Flight 2. We already tested this on this booster when we did its static fire. Looking back for Flight 1, we lit those Raptor engines on the booster and lifted off about 6 seconds later. Flight 2, we reduced that time by almost 2 seconds. That just helps reduce the stress on the ground systems, improve the efficiency of the rocket. But right now, we're just about to pass 18 minutes away from launch. Winds, again, they're still looking a little bit marginal, so we'll keep an eye on those. We're not working any other technical issues, and the range is expected to be green. If we can't make our test today, we have backup launch opportunities in the coming days. Could be 24 to 48 hours, all just depends on how far we get into the count. So check back in with everybody in just a little bit. For now, though, I'm going to send it back to Kate and Shiva out at Hawthorne.
Thanks, Dan. The countdown is continuing to progress, so let's take a closer look at the world's most powerful launch vehicle ever developed. Starship is comprised of two elements, the ship, which has 6 Raptor engines, and the Super Heavy booster, which has 33 Raptor engines. Starship is capable of about twice the thrust of the Saturn V rocket, and with future engine upgrades, it will actually be 3 times more powerful.
Now, with those future improvements, that'll allow Starship to carry somewhere between 150 and 250 metric tons to orbit, depending on the configuration. For reference, Falcon 9's heaviest payload to date is just over 17 metric tons. So with Starship, we're talking about an order of magnitude greater in terms of payload capability to orbit. And that matters because the amount of mass we're able to launch per rocket is critical to creating a self-sustaining city on Mars.
In terms of size, the Super Heavy booster alone stands about 71 meters or 233 feet tall and is about the same height as a fully integrated Falcon 9. The ship stands about 50 meters or 160 feet tall. Stacked together, the booster and the ship are by far taller than the Statue of Liberty, which stands at 305 feet tall with its base. Stacked together, Starship is 396 feet, so quite a bit taller there.
Now, Starship's first stage has a diameter that's about 2.5 times that of Falcon 9, and we've got those 33 much larger Raptor engines, this great view of the launch mount looking up at those engines, and we need them to power through the Earth's atmosphere and gravity to deliver those massive cargo and payloads up to space. Moving up the rocket, Starship is designed for vertical takeoff and landing on any hard surface, and that's as opposed to taking off and landing on a runway as aircraft do. And that's important because there are no runways on the Moon and Mars where we're going. The ship, which we're looking at now, features 6 Raptor engines. 3 of them are sea-level engines, 3 of them are vacuum engines. That means that those vacuum engines are optimized with a larger engine nozzle to operate in the vacuum of space and get us higher performance.
The ship is also outfitted with 4 flaps to help aerodynamically control the vehicle's attitude during atmospheric flight and enable a precision landing. The body of Starship is also wrapped in a heat shield made up of 18,000 hexagonal ceramic tiles. Those are designed to insulate the vehicle during atmospheric entry, where temperatures can be as high as 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit. One of our test objectives today is to verify how Starship systems and thermal protection system tiles perform during reentry. And in between the first and second stages is our hot stage, which is critical for our newest separation technique, which we saw in action during Flight Test 2.
Yeah, that was a pretty exciting first for our team. Hot staging had never been done before as part of a reusable space transportation system, let alone on a vehicle with the size and power of Starship. Now, at about liftoff plus 2.5 minutes, the booster shut down most of its 33 engines, leaving just 3 of them running, and then the ship simultaneously ignited all 6 of its engines. Some clamps separated, and the ship thrusted away. That was the first in-flight test of the heat shield, and we were able to gather a ton of valuable data about hot staging.
We maximize the vehicle's performance by leaving 3 first-stage engines on, so gravity can't rob us of precious velocity, or at least not as much. Hot staging also helps to ensure the ship's liquid propellants are at the bottom of the propellant tanks, which is where we need them to be in order to quickly light the ship's engines. It also reduces risk at stage separation because it creates a passive staging system so that physics will be doing the work instead of mechanical parts pushing the 2 stages away from each other. Ultimately, hot staging could increase Starship's payload to orbit capacity by 10%, which directly translates to more payload and more people to the Moon and Mars.
Now, the first stop will be the Moon, and the SpaceX team has been hard at work proving out all of the systems necessary to make that possible. critical systems for propulsion, life support, and even the elevator that you see here, which will take crew and cargo from the Starship hatches down to the lunar surface, are currently in development. And the data that we gather from each test flight helps inform their design. Here we've got a photo of some of the mock-up suits that are used to demonstrate the range of mobility that astronauts will be expected to have. And we were using these to do human factors demonstrations and figure out the layout of the elevator. So all awesome development work for a future moon mission.
Super cool. Now, SpaceX will perform one uncrewed demonstration flight before NASA's Artemis 3 mission, which will be the first human surface expedition since 1972. After those first expeditions, we'll be ready to fly more people along with everything it takes to build a moon base. There's so much to look forward to. It's incredible that humans are finally going back to the moon.
You couldn't have said it better, Kate. And the moon is just the proving ground. It's just the start. When the time comes to make the leap to Mars, everything ramps up by orders of magnitude. The logistics of supporting an entire city on Mars are daunting and will require millions of pounds of cargo flown from Earth and spread out over thousands of launches.
And today's flight test is one more step toward that ultimate goal. We're currently at T-minus 11 minutes, 47 seconds. Let's check in with Dan once again for a countdown update.
Hey, Kate. Still good news from down here at Starbase. We're not tracking any technical issues that are going to block us to a launch. Our T0 time still holding to 8:25 a.m. Central, so just about 11 and a half minutes from now. The real thing we're going to keep an eye on is the winds once we get there. We do have that potential hold at T-minus 40 seconds where we can hang out and either let winds die down, make sure we're in the right structural limits, everything like that. So don't be surprised if we do a hold at T-minus 40. We've done those on previous flights, but we are not tracking any technical issues. The range is going to be green for launch, so all of that really great news. We're still loading propellant on the vehicle, on the ship. We're just about done loading the header tanks, the two smaller tanks in the top, and then we'll go back to the main tanks. They're about 85% full, and then booster, both fuel and LOX over 80%. So looking good there. The launch pad itself is getting ready for liftoff. We commanded the booster hold downs open already about 20 minutes ago or so. And then that just means that once that rocket has sufficient thrust to overcome its weight, your thrust to weight ratio goes over 1, it's going to lift off. We don't have a command to actually release the hold downs once it starts up. Just also a reminder, actual liftoff happens a few seconds after you see those engines ignite. So you'll see fire, and then a few seconds before Starship really starts to take to the skies. Our range team just going to keep on making sure land, sea, air are all clear as we really count down. But that's the latest. We're just coming up on 10 minutes before launch. Everything looking good for Starship's third test flight. I'll toss it back to you guys in Hawthorne.
Great, thanks, Dan. Now, if you've been following SpaceX over the years, you've no doubt heard us talk about our goal of full and rapid reusability. Nearly all of the Falcon boosters flown last year and this year have been reused, or as we like to say, flight proven.
We've landed Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy boosters 283 times since first doing so in 2015. And with Starship, our mission is to take reusability even further by reflying both stages with little downtime between flights. And we plan to fly as often as possible. As we mentioned earlier, rapid and complete reusability is critical to enabling routine spaceflight. The team at Starbase has been hard at work developing and manufacturing the hardware that will ultimately take humans back and forth to the moon and Mars.
Now, even though we are not recovering Starship today, test flights like these provide the critical data that we need through every phase of flight. And that data informs future missions and gets us to that future where Starships are being recovered and rapidly reflown.
Our teams are also working on the ground systems that will support rapid reusability. When we start recovering Starship boosters, we'll want them to return to the launch site for a quicker turnaround, as you can see here depicted in this animation on your screen. This is when the tower reveals its dual purpose. After launch, the arms or the chopsticks on the tower will help guide the booster into position to ensure a soft landing. Now, if you're thinking that this sounds hard or even impossible to do, well, that's the inspiration for naming them chopsticks. Some of you might recall a little film called The Karate Kid, where Mr. Miyagi famously taught the main character, Daniel, that if he could catch a fly with chopsticks, he could accomplish anything.
Now, today we do have 4 ships and 4 Super Heavy boosters built, with more coming off the production line as our Star Factory continues to grow. These vehicles are slated for future flight tests just like today's, and in fact, just this week we static fired our next ship that's planning to fly and expect to test the booster as soon as the launch mount is free from today's flight test.
Now, as a reminder, today is still just a test. While we really hope to get our splashdown location in the Indian Ocean, but any data received will help us improve. It's the third of many future flight tests for Starship before it becomes fully operational.
And that's the goal of flight tests. They teach us about the limits of our design and improve our understanding of the vehicle, and ultimately help us make Starship more reliable and rapidly reusable. So whatever the outcome and however far we get, we can promise excitement. And things look like they are moving fast at Starbase, and that's exactly how we like it.
Yeah,
Rapid
exactly.
Iteration is a key of SpaceX.
Yeah, we've done it with all of our major innovative advancements, including Falcon, Dragon, and Starlink. We believe that if you're not failing, you're not learning and improving the design.
Yeah, many of the innovations that we've developed have come from our failures, and they teach us how to avoid the perils of spaceflight. It's a tough business. But all of this testing, all of the iterative design allows us to make the design better and better to do some of the great accomplishments with reflight that we've had so far.
Exactly. One of the examples that we love to talk about is the Dragon capsule, like the one located behind Shiva and I here on the mezzanine. Originally, it was not designed to be reusable. We wanted to prove the initial design, and then when we brought Dragon 2 online, we had to do a lot of corrosion analysis based on flights that had splashed down and analysis on hardware received there. And now our Dragons are reusable and also rapidly at a much rapid pace than they used to be.
Yeah. So, I mean, great learnings from our original Dragon to our new crew and cargo vehicles have directly improved the operations, and they've helped us change our understanding of what's possible when it comes to rocket and spacecraft reusability. Now, we're just under T-minus 6 minutes, so I think it's another good time to check in with Dan for the rest of terminal count. How are we looking, Dan?
Thanks, Shiva. We're looking good. 5 minutes, 35 seconds, and we're counting down. We are just about at closing the prop load sequences on booster and ship. Just a reminder, ship we're going to close out at around 3 minutes and 30 seconds, booster at about 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Once all of that prop is loaded on board, we'll have about 10 million pounds of propellant on both stages of Starship. Now, after that happens, we'll go through a couple of different procedures with the ground. We'll do what's called pushbacks, clearing out the lines between our prop farm and the vehicles themselves before we get to launch. And then in the next few minutes, we'll get the final guidance system alignments, some final thrust vector control on the booster checks, and all that will be performed. And again, if we need to hold, we have a hold gate built in at T-minus 40 seconds where we can hang out. It sounds like today we'll have about 15 minutes to hold at T-minus 40 if we need to. If we hit that right now, it looks like the most likely reason would be winds. We're not tracking any technical issues to our T0 at 8:25, just about 4.5 minutes from now.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. You are looking at a live view of the orbital launch complex at Starbase, Texas, where we are T-minus 4 minutes, 20 seconds, and counting till launch for Starship's third integrated flight test. Propellant loading is wrapping up. Engine chill is well underway. The fog has cleared, and we are just hoping that the winds will hold as we count down the last 4 minutes and counting. Here at the launch pad, a few things we always do heading into the final minutes of the count. We want to see a go, no-go from you, our crew. If you're a TLP member, you can hit that. If you're not a TLP member, you can hit that join button. Just 99 cents a month gets you access to those custom TLP launch emojis that we use for every launch when we do that go, no-go. Or you can just type it in the chat. As we are 3 minutes, 40 seconds and counting, let's get that going in the chat. If you haven't yet, hit that like button, engage it, share out the stream, invite people to join us as we watch history. I'm going to stop talking. We're all going to watch. We're all going to see what happens. T-minus 3 minutes, 25 seconds and counting until hopefully Starship flies again. Let's listen back into SpaceX Mission Control until we watch history.
Starship, which gives us more availability in the window. And sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes the winds dip just enough where you can launch the rocket safely. And otherwise, if you didn't have that ability to hold a few minutes, you might miss that window and then have to recycle to another day.
Yeah, exactly, which is kind of like today. Like we mentioned earlier, winds are the thing that we are watching, so good news there. So we are still continuing to progress. We're looking at liftoff in just under almost 2.5 minutes from now. Super exciting. Like we said before, there's nothing more exciting than watching a test flight for a developmental program, and that's where we're at today.
And like we talked about, we have some really ambitious goals for today's test. But really, the point of today's test is to try to get as much data as we can so we can inform the next iteration of the design of Starship, work those things into flight test number 4 and new objectives there that'll eventually get us to that glorious, rapid, reusable future that we so badly want.
Yeah, for Flight 1, we wanted to clear the pad, and we did. For Flight 2, we wanted to get through hot staging separation, and we did. So today, we want to get even further than that and collect as much data as we possibly can. So with all that being said, we're going to check back in with Dan to take us through the final 2 minutes of terminal count.
All right, we are under 2 minutes away. We have closed out the prop load on the booster and on the ship. And we're starting to hear some good news that it looks like winds are not going to hold us up, so there's a good chance we blow right through that 40-second hold. So we're about 1 minute and 20 seconds away. Just walking you through one last time, we're going to see the engines ignite about 4 seconds before we hit our T0. They're going to ignite in 3 different banks. You'll get 13 of the inners, 15 of the outers, and then the last 5 ignite just 2 minutes before T0. And then after that, the quick disconnect will retract. The engines will start to throttle up, and then we'll see liftoff about 1.5 seconds after T0. So we're under 1 minute away. Don't be shocked if we hold at 40 seconds before, but it sounds like the winds are cooperating today. And we'll be able to move right past that, not tracking any other technical issues that could hold us.
Proceeding past our QD vent gate.
Through the QD vent gate, past the 40-second hold.
Go for launch.
Flight Director Ty Huntington telling the team we are go for launch. So 20 seconds to go. Let's listen in.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nominal.
30 seconds into flight, we are feeling the rumble. We are seeing 33 out of 33 Raptor engines ignited on the Super Heavy booster.
Booster and ship, avionics, power, and telemetry nominal. Acquisition of signal, Corpus Christi.
Continuing to get good call-outs. Our trajectory looking nominal, systems looking nominal. Just amazing to see all 33 lit up once again. At this point, we've already passed through max Q, that maximum dynamic pressure, and passing supersonic, so we're now moving faster than the speed of sound. Getting those onboard views from the ship cameras. Now the next major milestone is going to be a hot staging maneuver. Again, we're going to be doing that in just about 90 seconds. To do that, we're going to shut down all but the 3 center Raptor engines on Super Heavy. That'll be our MECO, our most engines cut off. And then the clamps holding the two stages together are going to release. Starship's second stage will ignite its engines, the RVACs first, the sea levels right after that. The sea level engines will be splayed or just kind of pointed out at about a 15-degree angle. So if you look close and we get good tracking, you might be able to see those center right after. And so those 6 engines will push Starship off of the booster. All right, counting down now. We're going to be coming up right at around the 3-minute mark on that hot staging maneuver. Again, we'll see the booster engines start to shut down. You'll see all but 3 lights go out in the middle. And then we'll see the engines ignite on ship, pushing it away. And that will start carrying the ship into space. Booster will start to do its flip and then move into the boost back burn, setting it up for eventual splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico.
Stage separation. Boost back startup.
Hot staging confirmed. Boosters now making its way back, seeing 6 engines ignited on ship. Kate, we got a Starship on its way to space and a booster on the way back to the Gulf.
Oh man, I need a moment to pick my jaw up from the floor because these views are just stunning. These are live views from Starship. First stage is currently performing the
ship avionics, power and telemetry nominal.
Good there, news informing us that the second stage or the ship, everything looking good, nominal there. First stage is currently performing the boost back burn, expecting that to last about 1 minute. That boost back burn, propels the booster back towards the coast, taking it to a landing in the waters of the Gulf of Mexico. We're only using the Super Heavy booster's 13 center engines from here on out. As whenever they relight, you'll be able to see that in the left bottom corner. Those are the ones that can gimbal. In other words, they move and change direction in order to change the thrust to steer the first stage back to Earth. Wow, these are just incredible views coming to us. Everything is looking good for both the first stage on the left-hand side of your screen or the Super Heavy booster, as well as on the right-hand side of your screen, that is Starship, or we also refer to that as the ship. Now, the boost back burn was the first of 2 burns required to return it to Earth. The next one will be the landing burn, where all 13 center engines will initially ignite and then transition into a 3-engine burn to help slow it down. Now, just as a reminder of the Stage 1 test objectives, we're looking for controlled ascent, which we have so far. Stage separation, which, gorgeous, we cruised right through it, as well as
on a nominal trajectory.
Good news there, telling us that the path that Starship is on is good. Now, Starship's second stage is still firing its engines, and as you heard, following planned flight path. The ship objectives, we're looking for hot staging, again, cruised right through that. We're looking to demonstrate controlled ascent, as well as orbital insertion. Now, the bottom right-hand corner of the screen shows the ship engine graphics, so be sure to keep an eye on those.
Yep, Kate, this is just a phenomenal test so far. Super Heavy is performing beautifully today. It's on its return leg of the journey. Ship continuing to burn its 6 engines, those larger circles, the Raptor vacuum engines, the inner circles, the Raptor sea level engines. We're about 30 seconds away, just under 30 seconds away from the start of the boost back burn. The landing burn on the booster. You can see the grid fins rotating. Those hypersonic grid fins are guiding us through the atmosphere back towards our splashdown site. Again, we're going for a splashdown, a soft splashdown. So for landing burn, we're going to expect to see the 13 center engines light. rapidly bring down the booster's velocity, and then just the 3 in the center for splashdown. Let's see if that'll work. We're getting a few engines. And acquisition of signal. Let's see if we can get some other video of that. Now, this is a test objective today. It is still something that we're attempting to learn. And to make it that far, to demonstrate the controlled re-entry up to that point is pretty darn good. Ship continuing to look nominal with its ascent burn. This burn lasting about 6 minutes total. And we're expecting that this burn will end just after T+8 minutes, about a minute from now. So far, though, I mean, congrats to the team. Making it this far is farther than we've gone
Absolutely.
On Flight 2. Just wonderful views and great engine performance from the vehicles. So far, we've hit controlled ascent. We're in the middle of that right now. We demonstrated the hot staging. Kate, as you said, cruised through that. We demonstrated controlled entry of the booster. Just stopped a little short of the engine relay, but hey, that's something we can learn for the next one.
Yeah. Now that view that we just had moments ago was a live shot of Star Command. There you see it again. This is our mission control center at Starbase, where vehicle operators are standing by. Now the next milestone coming up is in less than a minute. At that point, ship will, or I'm sorry, actually it already has.
Starship engine cut off.
There we go. As you heard there by the call out and from the crowd behind us,
Starship Narrow orbit insertion.
Starship's 6 Raptor engines have successfully shut down. We heard a call out for nominal orbital insertion, which is incredible. Look at these views, Dan.
I'm just completely blown away right now. What a day. Congratulations to the entire SpaceX team. I mean, this flight pretty much just started, but we're farther than we've ever been before. We've got a Starship not just in space, but on its coast phase into space. Just to recap where we've come, and it's only been 9.5 minutes. How has it only been 9.5 minutes? We lifted off right on time at 8:25 a.m. We didn't have to hold at our gate at all. We had 33 out of 33 Raptor engines open up and light and get us through a nominal ascent. Another successful hot stage. All 6 engines on the ship propelling us into orbit. We did see what looked like a nominal boost back burn. And then we did make it all the way to the landing burn this time. Didn't light all the engines that we expected, and we did lose the booster. We'll have to go through the data to figure out exactly what happened, obviously. So be on the lookout for information about that. But wow, a ship in space. We've got a bunch of, as we said, ambitious objectives ahead of us. Over the next couple of minutes and pretty much over the next hour, where we're going to we've got the ship in space. We're now going to take advantage of this and try and learn as much as possible about some of the other systems, including that first ever Raptor relight in space. So it's just going to be incredible. So all of that still to come. The mission just started, but wow, what a liftoff! What a hot stage! What an amazing sight to see Starship there in outer space.
I can't believe we're seeing it in space. This is awesome.
Wonderful.
And now we are going to be coasting for the next about 30 minutes or so. We'll be back around the T+40 minute mark. And that'll be Starship continuing to coast, hit those ambitious test objectives, and then continue on to re-entry. We're not totally sure what video that we'll get, since that normally comes to us as we overfly ground stations, and we don't have a ton of those along our trajectory. But as we have video, we'll be sure to bring that to you.
Starlink may be able to bring us additional communication paths today that will allow us to talk to Starship through re-entry with no communications blackout period. It's a possibility, but either way, we will be live for all of today's milestones. And of course, when we do have
Acquisition
views,
signal, Puerto Rico.
especially like the ones that we have now, which I just cannot get over. When we have views, we will be sure to bring those to you live. But no views or no views, we'll see you back here at T plus 40 minutes.
Pez door is opening.
And there we just heard call it that Pez door is opening, so that's great.
First test.
One of our test objectives today is to open and close that Pez door. That's where we will deploy Starlink satellites from in the future. So great news there that test that test objective is already underway. So come back here, stick around till T plus 40 minutes for coverage of Starship's deorbit burn demonstration, followed by its reentry and what is sure to be an exciting splashdown.
And if you are just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. Wow, those last 13 minutes, I'm speechless. I think like all of us here, amazing view right here. I want to point this out. Look at the people gathered at Mission Control Hawthorne. We haven't seen something like this since Falcon Heavy's maiden flight. First off, to the entire SpaceX team, the engineers, the Mission Control, everyone that worked on this, congratulations. SpaceX Starship is in a coast phase in space. She is flying. The Super Heavy booster came home, and it just had a few engines not light at the end. It made re-entry from the Kármán line back to Earth. This is a huge advancement for the Starship program. Absolutely massive. We are T plus 13 minutes, 45 seconds into flight. Starship 193 kilometers in altitude, traveling over 26,000 kilometers an hour, just shy of reaching orbit on its journey towards the Indian Ocean. We are staying live, so don't go anywhere. I see some of you signing off. Don't go anywhere. We've still got lots of history to make, as Starship is going to test these heat shield tiles in just about 40 minutes time to see if she can come back through the Earth's atmosphere after making almost orbit. If you guys have questions, now's the time to send those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad. I'm going to work on answering those live to the best of my ability. That is a view inside it. I believe that's a view inside the livable space. I don't know if that was supposed to go live or not, but that was an incredible view inside what will be the future of these capsules. These will be future space stations. These will be vehicles that take us to the moon and then on to Mars. Truly, truly incredible to see these. If you guys have questions, tag us at the launch pad. We'll work on answering those live. We're also working on getting up the clips throughout today's flight. So far, launch, hot staging, so you can relive those, share them with your friends and family, as we really are seeing SpaceX Starship make history here today. As I said, you can keep sending in those questions in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad. If you haven't yet, though, and maybe to start us off, I know there's many new people. Hello, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the launch pad, and on behalf of our entire TLP crew, both on Starbase, in the Space Coast, and around the world, thank you so much for joining us here for your Starship Flight 3 live launch coverage. We're honored to have you here. If you like space, make sure you subscribe so you never miss another live launch coverage, docking, undocking, or return to Earth. We do exclusive one-on-one interviews, factory tours. We've got so much planned, and we also are rolling out our first ever 24/7 camera. So those that have been watching it for the last few days, that camera wasn't just countdown to launch. That camera is staying online. We've got more coming in the near future, not only at Starbase, but also in Florida and around the world, and that's only thanks to your guys' generous support. I started the launch pad with the mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together, and we only get to do this mission because of all of your guys' generous support. We are seeing some incredible views on board. That is inside the Pez. There's the door open. Holy cow. That's the... Is it closing? I think, mate, it's hard to tell what we are seeing here, but we are seeing some incredible views on board of Starship. incredible idea of what we will get to see in the future, and the sheer scale of this vehicle. This vehicle in the capacity is equal to almost the entire International Space Station in one launch. It's absolutely amazing. I want to give a huge shout out to our TLP crew. They've been working nonstop around the clock getting ready for today's flight. We've got Brian, we've got Gavin, and we've got Josh, who flew out from the Space Coast out to Starbase to cover today's flight. Make sure you go over to the Launchpad shop and check out some of their amazing prints over the coming days. Follow them on social media. We've got Ian, John, Kieran, Signe, Lewis, all hanging out, helping with moderating. We've got Amy. Thank you so much. I know you're going through a lot right now. You are also on board, helping as much as you can, and we appreciate you doing so, and we hope you get well soon. But yeah, on behalf of the entire TLP crew, from me, thank you for being part of this crew. TLP wouldn't exist if it weren't for you guys, and we get to watch history like this together, which is so exciting. Time for your guys' questions. Send those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad. We'll work on answering some of these as we continue through the count here today. It's going to be a bit of a longer stream. We're not used to SpaceX staying live, but we're super excited to see how things progress. No one is asking, was the booster splash a success, as they did lose signal and were unable to capture it? They weren't going to try to recover the booster. It was just proving that it could fly back. Obviously, they would have hoped to do a softer splash landing than it did. We'll have to go back and look at the video at what speed it hit, but it definitely had burned off a lot of speed. It just didn't look like it had enough time to ignite all those engines, and that's something they can only know once they fly it. So I have high confidence the next time we see a Super Heavy booster coming home, we might see that soft splash landing, which means we may only be a few flights away from seeing them try to bring that back to Starbase once we hopefully have a second tower built. Thanks for sending that in. So many questions coming in. Just make sure you're tagging us at the Launchpad. Sour Lemon, a huge success, absolutely. Lucas, RCS is working hard. It is definitely. We're seeing lots of thrusters firing there. Catching up on the chat here. Sour Lemon, could we reflect that we've all just seen the heaviest and most powerful rocket ever made get into orbit? That's true. It is almost orbit. It's just shy of making an orbit. It does not need to burn its engines to have a deorbit burn, no matter what. It's coming down to the Indian Ocean. But absolutely an incredible feat by SpaceX here this morning, and these views are unbeatable. We have not seen views like this from a launch vehicle. They are so crisp and colorful. It is amazing to see. As I said, they are going to have these dropouts of signal, as they do not have ground stations over the entire pass, and they are flying mostly over water at this point. So a lot of these ground stations are coming from ships that are out in the area. You guys can keep sending in those questions in the chat. We're going to listen in to SpaceX Mission Control as we get updates as well. But we are super excited to have seen an incredible view. We're going to get more of these clips up on the channel, so make sure you stay tuned for those clips. Keep sending in your questions, and I will be back shortly. Elon Musk just having tweeted, at 5,000 tons, SpaceX is the largest flying object ever made, and I think that is the key word. Our crew has been saying it in the back channels: flying. It's not falling and it's not launching. Starship is flying, and that is a huge milestone. There's no other vehicle that has flown like this in just 3 times and made it to nearly orbit because they chose not to put it into an orbit. Quite incredible. While I take a quick commentary break and we wrap our heads around what we just saw and prepare for re-entry, take a moment, head over to the Launchpad shop, check out some of the incredible prints from Gavin and the rest of our rocket chasers from the Space Coast. We got some brand new ones up there from Gavin that was down at Starbase yesterday for preparation for today's flight. Stay tuned. We'll see what happens from the remotes. No one knows, with all that fog and weather we've had over the last 12 hours, how those will turn out, but we hope to see those in the next few hours, so stay tuned for that, and I will be back shortly as we continue to watch these incredible views from onboard Starship in space. Stay with us.
It has been a phenomenal test day. Just to see booster lifting a Starship to ascent, ship completing its ascent. Just a wonderful day. Kind of to recap the objectives a little bit. Booster completed its ascent, ignited its 33 Raptor engines. We demonstrated a successful hot staging for the second time. Booster completed the boost back burn, didn't quite accomplish the landing burn, and then had a hard splashdown in the Gulf. Meanwhile, ship completely successful after the hot staging. We had a good 6-engine burn of the Raptor vacuum engines and sea level engines. And then we've commanded a number of demonstrations, including the Starlink satellite deploy demo, so the payload door, as well as a prop transfer demonstration. We do still need to do some data review on those, so as we get that data back, we'll be sure to update you on social for how those tests went. We are coming up on our next major milestones, which is an in-space relight of our Raptor engine for the first time, followed by re-entry and then landing in the Indian Ocean.
Incredible.
Yeah, that's right, guys. We should be just about 40 seconds away, 40 or 50 seconds away, if we do this relight demo. Do want to stress this is not a deorbit burn. In fact, it's actually going to function a little bit opposite of a deorbit burn. We're going to be raising our perigee with this burn for the lowest point of our orbit. This is just to demonstrate that we can relight a Raptor engine on ship while it's gone through a coast, while it's in outer space, while it's in microgravity, all of the different complexities that come with lighting this engine again after it's already done an ascent burn, but you're now coasting through space. This is going to be really important anytime we want to do in-space maneuvers in the future, like eventual deorbit burns, any of our translunar injections that'll have Raptor engines firing back up. We may not do it. There is all of the guidance is loaded into Starship's computer itself, so if it doesn't see the values that it needs to, we could just skip the burn. So we are waiting to find out if that's going to happen or not. If it doesn't, as we said in the beginning, we're on a pretty steep trajectory that we are coming home no matter what, regardless of doing a burn. This was done just so we can really, we're in a trajectory that's really not super susceptible to delta V changes in velocity. If we were to do a burn, we've got a pretty concise footprint in the Indian Ocean that we're going to be targeting for splashdown today. It does sound like we are skipping past the on-orbit relight demo this time. Again, we'll confirm all of this through our post-flight data review, but it did sound like we did pass through that burn. So now that's going to start setting us up for re-entry.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So coming up next around T plus 49 minutes is Starship re-entry. Now, this is typically a portion of flight where we don't have communications with spacecraft because they're re-entering the Earth's atmosphere at or around orbital velocity, about 8 kilometers per second or roughly 5 miles per second. Super fast. Now, at those speeds, the spacecraft's interaction with the atmosphere results in friction and creates a plasma field around the vehicle. That blanket of plasma distorts communication frequencies, so we're basically left with a brief communications blackout. Now, we might get some telemetry back through a connection to the tracking and data relay satellite system, also known as TDRS. But if the plasma doesn't entirely block it, that connection will be at a very slow data rate and definitely too slow for any video.
But that's why Starship and Starlink are a great partnership. Starship is so big that it will leave a wake or a hole in the plasma field as it flies through an atmosphere. You can think of a wake kind of like when you see a boat going through the ocean. It sort of leaves a trail behind it. There's some of those great views from Starlink giving us views of Starship's onboard videos. And so we're hoping that the Starlink on board will let us, just like we're seeing these videos now, see through that plasma field by maintaining a continuous communication lock with the satellites on orbit through the wake that Starship leaves behind. Now, this is only the second time that we're testing Starlink during re-entry. So even though we do have these great visuals now, Don't be surprised if we manage to get some signal hiccups through. We're still learning about what that wake will actually look like in practice and whether we're able to get that live continuous high-speed data during reentry.
Yeah, that's right. And one of the really primary reasons we want to use Starlink is to just gather as much data as possible. It's been said the data is the payload on one of these flights, where we're putting this flight hardware in a real flight environment, trying to learn about it as much as possible. Re-entry is going to be a really critical phase of flight. We really want to know how the ship's going to perform, especially that heat shield, as we're going through the hypersonic reentry. So if something were to go wrong during this reentry, we want as many paths as possible to collect that information, that data, just to, again, just continually feed back into the Starship program to make each flight more reliable, more successful.
Acquisition signal, Mauritius.
Now, if Starship manages to make it all the way through reentry, we'll collect valuable data on Starship flying through the Earth's atmosphere at hypersonic speeds, meaning more than 5, or at this point, will be more than 5 times the speed of sound. Now we're watching these live views, HD views by the looks of it, thanks to Starlink. You can see that the flaps there on the ship might be actuating. Certainly some incredible visions of planet Earth behind Starship. Now, we've already validated Starship's ability to fly and land at subsonic speeds. You might recall those suborbital flights from a few years ago, and we can see those flaps there. So getting data on aspects like heating and control while traveling way faster than we did before is going to be critical to eventually bringing Starships back from space for rapid reuse. So I mentioned those flaps. That's one of the things that enables Starship to help control itself and survive the heat of reentry, which, like we said before, we're expecting that reentry to occur around T plus 49 minutes. So we're getting pretty close here.
And what you're seeing here, it looks like the vehicle is sort of moving back and forth. Part of what you're also seeing is one of the cameras, this onboard view that we have, is on the end of a flap. Starship has front flaps and rear flaps in the vehicle. So we've got 4 of those. And oh man, we can see the heating on those flaps as we're starting to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. This is where the Earth's atmosphere is doing the work to slow us down.
Now, like we said, this plasma field is, what a view. We hope to maintain these views throughout. Starship is so big that we're hoping that the plasma field doesn't entirely blanket the entire vehicle. Right now, it is not. The Starlinks are
Views brought to you by Starlink.
Yeah, the Starlinks are still communicating and still capturing the data and the video that we see here. I mean, Shiva, this is just absolutely incredible views. We've never seen anything like this before. This is the biggest flying object ever in space.
Absolutely, Kate. And it's important to note, with the ascent burn that we did was to get us to orbital velocities, even though we were on a nearly orbital trajectory. So the heating and the loads that Starship is going through right now are what it would be getting if it were recovering from an orbital mission. And just the fact that we have views through entry, this is incredible.
Yeah. Again, this is the furthest and fastest that Starship has ever flown. And you can definitely tell by the crowd here in Hawthorne.
The heat shield tiles doing their work. We talked about it earlier. Up to 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit that those heat shield tiles are dissipating as we are re-entering.
Yeah, now this was one of the critical, or rather the key mission objectives that we were hoping to hit today. We have never, like I said before, this is the fastest and furthest that Starship has ever flown. So this is the first time that we're getting to collect this re-entry data and understand how these 18,000 hexagonal heat shield tiles are working together to protect the belly of Starship as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. Once again, the atmosphere is doing us a big favor here by
80 kilometers altitude.
The atmosphere is actually doing us a huge favor here by acting as a braking system for Starship as it re-enters the atmosphere.
And that's part of the reason why the flaps are so important. We're using the body of Starship and the drag from the atmosphere to slow us down from orbital speed. But you want the vehicle to remain stable. You want those heat shield tiles pointed down so they can absorb the heat of the Earth's atmosphere. And so that's the purpose that they are serving during the hypersonic phase and then again during the subsonic phase.
Absolutely. So like we said, these views are being provided by a couple Starlink terminals that are positioned on Starship itself. As that plasma builds, we're hoping that we can bring these views back to you, but you can see the telemetry there on the right-hand side of your screen. If you watch closely, you can see the speed decelerating. Again, that's the friction of the atmosphere resulting in this plasma field, or excuse me, the blanket that is potentially blocking the Starlink terminals right now. So we'll bring those views back to you if we get them. But right now, for those of you that have recently joined, Starship is currently re-entering Earth's atmosphere. This is super exciting because it's the furthest and fastest that Starship has ever flown.
It's just absolutely incredible. Major test milestone, something we wanted to accomplish on Flight 2, getting to it today. So just awesome.
Now, we actually have some heat shields here. So these are what's doing all the work on Starship right now. There are 18,000 hexagonal heat shields like these. So this one that I have is flat, like this is what would be positioned on the flaps of Starship, whereas Shiva has something a little different.
Yeah, the one I have would be on the curved surfaces of Starship. I'll just put it in frame here. So we've got these attached at various points around the vehicle. Like you said, Kate, 18,000 of these tiles around, and they're doing the work to make sure that the structure of the vehicle doesn't carry all that thermal load so we can recover the vehicles eventually and get to rapid reuse on them.
They're really lightweight. They sound a little different than I would have expected them to, but they are ceramic. And these are what's helping Starship survive through this period of entry. We're not sure how far we're going to make it. Again, this is the furthest that we've gotten in our test flight, but the further we fly, the more data that we can get, and that's ultimately the measure of success here, which, I mean, I think today has been a huge success given where we've gone and how much further we've gotten with both the booster and Starship itself.
And one of the beautiful things about Starlink on board the vehicle, we were getting that high-speed video. High-speed video is a very high data rate, and usually video comes after you get your telemetry. So hopefully we were able to get some wonderful data throughout the entry period, which is normally something we have to wait for until after splashdown when we get that data off the data recorders.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned before the flaps. Again, that the flaps are protected by the flat heat shields like I have. There are 4 of those positioned on Starship, 2 at the forward end or the top end, and 2 at the bottom or aft end. And they operate independently to aerodynamically control the vehicle's attitude or positioning during atmospheric flight and enable precise landing at the intended location. So today we are intending to splash down in the Indian Ocean, and we're hoping that we can make it that far, but regardless, it is an exciting end to what has been an exciting day.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've had some tests in the past. We had suborbital campaigns where we have tested out the aerodynamic flaps at subsonic speeds. So that's below the speed of sound. At hypersonic speeds, well, supersonic speeds first, so faster than the speed of sound, and then hypersonic speeds. So that's more than 5 times the speed of sound. The equations of motion change, how the vehicle responds changes. So going through that control phase where we're going from faster than the speed of sound to below the speed of sound was one of the objectives today.
Yeah. And that's actually a great point because we are expecting that entry subsonic period to occur around T plus 1 hour and 3.5 minutes. So we're not there yet. We're about 10 minutes away from that point. So again, that is when Starship would be traveling slower than the speed of sound thanks to the atmospheric braking system.
And so right now we're still waiting to see if we're going to get data back from this ship. We might be in a bit of a blackout period right now. So still waiting to hear the status on it. But yeah, we got to the actual entry portion of today. We started into peak heating, which was just a really big milestone. Starship is pretty unique in the way that it re-enters, especially for something reusable. The closest parallel has been the space shuttle. When we're comparing Starship to like when we bring a Falcon 9 booster back, we're talking about 20 times the energy given the velocity that we're moving at, and all of that energy just gets converted into heat, and then we need to use those tiles to just help dissipate that heat. They're not ablative like you would see on something like Dragon, which uses an ablative in the capsule shape. So they are these tiles that are made to be reusable. So any data we're getting on the actual temperatures it was seeing during heating, all of that is just really hugely valuable. Where Starship is really unique is, and Kate and Shiva have talked about it a couple of times, is once we're through this kind of hypersonic section and we get down to the subsonic. And that's where we really learned a lot and proved that Starship's really just its basic shape could work. And we did that during the suborbital campaign. Again, if you compare it to the shuttle, which entered, it had the wings. It had a similar heat shield system, but it had wings. And then was almost flown like a glider once it re-entered and was down to those subsonic speeds. With Starship, we're not doing that. We're just coming straight down. We'll hit terminal velocity, which with Starship is around 200 miles an hour, and then we use a flip maneuver to ignite those engines, do a landing burn, and then touch down on the ground. So you don't need a runway. We're doing that, again, designed because when we go to the moon, when we go to Mars, there's not going to be a runway there for us, and so that propulsive landing is going to be really important. This is an animation of pretty much what we were just watching on actual Starship video, which is pretty incredible. But we go through peak heating. One of the benefits of today's trajectory, actually, we got closer to what the heating profile will be on just a normal mission when you compare it to our previous flights, which were headed out to Hawaii. So we go through peak heating, and then we hit subsonic, and then Starship splashes down in the ocean. Again, we're not doing a landing burn on this flight, and we're not expecting Starship to survive the impact. We're not going to be recovering any of the hardware. For now, though, we are just still waiting to see if we're going to get some signal back. We're currently at a loss of signal with Starship. Don't know for sure what its status is, and so we're just continuing to listen in. But it was pretty incredible seeing the flaps really do their thing to maneuver the vehicle as it's moving through hypersonic. One of the big trade-offs between something like Shuttle and Starship is wings can be pretty heavy. And so if we can really demonstrate that Starship's controllable through that hypersonic regime when you're coming through the atmosphere, 25 times the speed of sound, you can save a whole lot of weight by not having really big wings. So super valuable to get this data, super valuable to then figure out what we're going to do on our next test flights.
Dan, you'd brought up a really interesting point, too, that for on Shuttle, you are gliding in, going back to a runway. On Starship, because we're landing vertically, we are basically coming down, and then we've seen this during the suborbital campaign. We're not going to see it today. But during the suborbital campaign, we did the flip maneuver and then light our engines for a landing burn. And that's also really important for some of our other terrestrial destinations. That we don't have as much of an atmosphere on Mars. There is pretty much no atmosphere. There's some great views from our previous test campaigns of a landing burn and upright landing. But on the moon, there is no atmosphere. On Mars, the atmosphere is extremely thin. So you actually need some other sophisticated techniques that other landers have used to land there. And so this vertical landing technique is really important to landing on destinations like those, which is ultimately where we're trying to go.
Yeah.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. We've been listening in to SpaceX's launch commentators as we await reacquisition of signal of Starship Ship 28. We saw moments ago the incredible work of these heat shield tiles as Starship began its re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. We are awaiting to see that acquisition of signal if it comes back, if Starship made it. We're kind of in this blackout period. But we all, not only do we watch history of this launch and hot staging and Starship in almost orbit, but those re-entry videos are something that we've basically never seen before, especially never seen live. So again, on behalf of the entire TLP crew to the SpaceX team, congratulations. Those were absolutely incredible, and those are incredibly inspiring images. We're going to listen back into the mission control commentary here in just a moment, but I wanted to first say, if it's your first time here, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad. Here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together, and we're glad to have you. We're honored that you have joined us for our live launch coverage of SpaceX Starship Flight Test 3. I wanted to bring your awareness just for 2 quick seconds while we wait acquisition of signal to the Launchpad shop. This is where you can get our limited edition IFT-3 mission tee. This is our very own TLP patch for this mission. But even better, we wanted to point out 2 things here. 2 incredible pictures. These just came in from Gavin from launch here this afternoon this morning, of Starship IFT-3's launch. So we have the launch shot there, and then we have Starship also going supersonic. If you want to get your hands on one of those, head on over to the launchpad.store. You can pre-order that as a poster, a canvas, a metal print, so definitely check that out there. And we wanted to say thank you so much to Gavin for heading out there for that launch coverage. We're going to listen back into the SpaceX commentators as we continue to monitor the situation, awaiting for reacquisition of signal of Starship. You can keep sending in your questions in the chat, and make sure you join us over on the TLP Discord for kind of a post-show hangout in general or live comms. We would love to see you in there, because space is better together. Let's listen back into SpaceX Mission Control and the commentators as we await reacquisition of signal, now officially 1 hour into the flight of Starship Flight Test 3.
But we saw that plasma field building up around the exterior, which can blanket the entire vehicle, as it does with all of our Dragon missions, and we're at a loss for telemetry at that point in time.
Yeah.
So
Dan's seen a lot of those with Dragon missions that he's supported.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we are hearing through some of the telemetry that we did. It did look like we lost Starlink and our TDRS data flow at the exact same time. Now, if both of those signals are cutting out at the exact same time, that could mean we lost the ship. It has been several minutes since we've gotten any data from Starship. We are waiting just a couple more minutes just to see if we can get any additional confirmation, but that is one data point that we're tracking, and that could indicate that we had a loss or a breakup of the ship during that re-entry. So might not make it all the way to splashdown today, but we were able to get through the early phases of re-entry, hit some of that peak heating, which was just really incredible to see a Starship coming back from space after getting all those views from space for the very first time. So we'll just keep on listening in on the loops here, see if we hear anything over the next couple of minutes. And that might bring a close to a pretty successful day so far. So again, we did lose the TDRS. That's the tracking and data relay satellite. That's the satellite system that pretty much every spacecraft operating in orbit right now will use to get data. We were able to get some signal through that. And then we were also getting data back through Starlink.
Live view here of mission control down at Starbase. So these are all the folks who are experts on the various different systems, taking a look at the live data that we did have. Probably in mission mode still,
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
It would be so tough to stay focused with what an exciting day we've had today.
Yeah, to quote Monty Python, I'm not dead yet. We don't know, as Dan said. We did lose connection with TDRS, which is the tracking and data relay satellite system, and Starlink at the same time. So it is a realistic possibility that we lost Starship, which honestly was always on the table. We didn't know how far it was going to get. The further we could fly and the more data we could collect was always the biggest win. And so regardless of, if we did lose the vehicle and we are not able to, make it all the way to our intended splashdown, note that we weren't intending to recover this vehicle, either vehicle, the Super Heavy booster nor the Starship. We weren't intending to recover either of them. They were both going to basically hit at terminal velocity and break up upon contact with the surface of the ocean. So we're standing by to hear whether or not we are going to be able to get telemetry readings back, but we are possibly anticipating news that we lost Starship due to basically a double blackout from TDRS and Starship data at the same time.
But it's worth mentioning, this is the first time that we have come back at these speeds
Absolutely.
in any of the test flights that we've done so far with Starship. So we are trying to prove out that the heat shield works as intended, that the controllability at those hypersonic speeds works as intended. So if we were able to get back any data on that, that means the next version, what happens on flight 4, 5, 6, is going to be better.
We must be able to get some because we saw incredibly gorgeous high definition views of that entry period whenever it was initially starting. So we must have gotten some data
today
there.
has been otherwise a phenomenal day.
Incredible.
Liftoff on time, full ignition of all of the boosters, engines, successful hot staging, and then ship took it from there.
Yeah, absolutely. We were able to see the ship actually make it further as well as the booster. We were hoping that the booster would perform a soft water landing, but we lost it during just before it was able to ignite the landing burn. But the ship continued on. We saw all six Raptor engines on the ship ignite and then shut down for second engine cutoff. And we saw some amazing views as well, and it's just been certainly a day that I will be taking many screenshots and using them as my computer desktop background for, well, until the next Starship launch.
When we get even better views, I'm sure.
Exactly.
And we also hit a number of our other ambitious test objectives. We had a chance to at least initiate the commands for a propellant transfer demo within the vehicle. This is something that Starship's going to have to do in the future, and these sort of transfers haven't been done at this scale before, so that's a first as well. We also were able to demonstrate that the payload door functions.
And we got to see that,
Yeah, and so those commands were sent. Again, data review to come and make sure that everything performed as expected, but that's going to be critical to deploying payloads in the future once Starship becomes operational. So a number of test objectives hit, much more accomplished than Flight 2, and making steady progress towards a fully, rapidly reusable, reliable Starship.
Absolutely.
And hey, Kate, and hey, Shiva, we were just hearing on the loops, we are making the call now that we have lost Ship 28. So as we were possibly expecting, we lost the data a couple of minutes ago. We haven't heard from the ship up until this point, and so the team has made the call that ship has been lost. So no splashdown today, but again, just it's incredible to see how much further we got this time around. We had a couple of those ambitious objectives that you guys were just walking through that we're able to take advantage of while Starship was in outer space flying over our planet for the very first time. So that was just really incredible. Obviously, there's a lot to go through. Everyone always wants to know right off the bat what happened. Takes us a little bit of time, but I can assure you as soon as we start finding things out, we're going to let everybody know. And I know everybody's going to be excited for the next one. I mean, as I pointed out in the beginning, there's 4 super heavy boosters either fully stacked or getting stacked right behind me. We've got other ships ready to go as well. So it's going to be a really busy time down here at Starbase as we look to really fly Starship as much as possible, get this vehicle ready to go for all the important things it's got to go do.
And with that, we got to say a huge congratulations to our teammates and everyone who's supported the Starship program. There's been flames and reds along the way, but third time's the charm, and we made it to space. We also a big thanks to all of our future customers for your support. And we want to give a big thanks to the people of Cameron County, Texas, for their support, as well as the Coast Guard and the Federal Aviation Administration.
Be sure to follow the SpaceX account on X for more updates from today's test flight and future Starship tests. But before we go, we want to wish SpaceX a very happy birthday. The company was founded on this day in 2002 when it basically consisted of this small team, a carpet and a mariachi band. I don't know about you, but we're feeling 22. Also, it's Pi Day.
Yeah, but I mean, Pi Day is constant and never ending, so isn't shouldn't every day be Pi Day from now on?
I mean, that's a really good point, and I think after a test like today's, we all deserve some pie.
Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
And there we have it. Starship Flight Test 3 officially in the books. Booster Ship 28 unfortunately has been confirmed lost on its re-entry over the Indian Ocean. But what an incredible historic day, an incredible flight. The beautiful views of hot staging, boost back burn, the booster coming home and almost making a soft splashdown. Those views of Starship floating in almost orbit, and those re-entry views are something that I think will be very hard to beat for quite a while, those very first time. Again, if it was your first time here, welcome. My name's Zach, and on behalf of the entire TLP crew, thank you so much for joining us. Make sure you hit that subscribe button to join us live back here as we count down to Starship IFT4. We're not sure when that's going to be, as they have to review the data. There will have to be a full FAA mishap investigation due to the loss of the vehicle, so it's going to be probably a number of weeks, but we'll be taking you all along the way with our 24/7 Starbase camera. More of those rolling out in the future, Starbase updates, as well as our continuous launch coverage of every launch happening around the world, and space news updates coming soon. If you're interested in joining as part of the TLP Crew's volunteer team, our applications are opening and we're accepting for a number of positions that you can join from around the world. You don't have to be in Texas or Florida to do so. I'm up in Canada. We had some of our team. We had Maryland, we had Arkansas, we had Florida, we had Texas, we had the UK, all on the call working, bringing this stream to you. And we would love to have you join us as part of our team to continue our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together. Make sure you join us on the TLP Discord. It's free to join. It's where our community hangs out in between streams. I'm going to be jumping over to General to see some of you guys and see some of your reactions from today's flight. We've got all the clips uploaded onto YouTube, so if you want to relive your favorite parts or share those out with your friends and family on social media, go check those out, and make sure you head over to the shop and get your hands on one of these absolutely incredible photos from Gavin. Stay tuned to our social media to see if the remote cameras held out and returned anything, and we hope to see you back here for Starship IFT4. Starlink maybe later or today, launching from Florida, or a future launch, because here at the launch pad it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together. And we'll see you next time. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations, SpaceX. Go Starship.